A devotee is checking in. To ensure check-in is complete, please give me your credit card.
Hello, everyone, and welcome! Hi, Matt, welcome in. Oh, it is Tuesday, my guys. It's Tuesday. Tomorrow, TikTok is possibly getting banned. A lot of shit has happened. I finally connected to chat. Yeah! Let's go! Oh my gosh. But yeah. So, today is art. Yeah, see you on Thursday, art. Anyways, so plan today is to do some character designs for the comic. So you guys are getting some early peeks at some character design concepts. I don't know if they'll be the final designs, so always subject to change. But hopefully, you know, going through this, you can see the process that it takes to literally make a character.
Sketch some titties.
I can't do that. I would be banned. I would be banned if I sketched titties on stream. Sad. I wish I could. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I wish I could. But Twitch is like, nah. Can I do it for artistic inspiration? No. Ban. Bad artist. I can only draw covered ones. Twitch TOS is so weird. It is. Like, somebody actually tested it out because they were also an artist. And what they did was they basically were like, let me, like, check on this. So they started drawing, so they had a picture of David up, right? And they were doing an artistic study. Artistic studies are usually mostly of nude figures. That's called figure drawing, where we draw nude figures. I've been in two figure drawing classes. This is pretty typical. It's just how it is. Normal things. It's completely normal. You walk into a figure drawing class, you're gonna see naked people. You just start getting used to the nudity, you know? We all are nude at birth, okay? These are why my streams are 18 plus. We all are nude at birth. And so somebody was doing a artistic interpretation of the statue of David. And so he was drawing the statue of David. So he drew one where there was no nuts. He drew another one where it was So he drew one where it was censored, right? He had like a leaf or something on it. He drew another one, and it had no nuts. He drew another one, and it did have the nuts, and he got banned. So, yeah, the Twitch TOS be weird because they said, oh yeah, artistic nudity is allowed, and artistic nudity is figure drawing. That doesn't mean that you can just show your junk on stream, man. It's you're doing an artistic study of a drawing. But I can also see why people would abuse it, you know? I can also understand that. I guess so. Yo, Twitch representing the LGBTQ plus community. Holy shit. But yeah, we can't draw anything that's 18 plus on stream. If I wanted to do that and record that and everything like that, that would have to be Could you? I would have to do it on other sites. If I wanted to draw that, I would have like live stream, I would have to do it on other sites, which you would have to pay me to draw that, bro. I'm looking at hot tub. Yeah, a hot tub category, the reason is because they put sexual themes. I don't know. It's really weird. People are like, Twitch, at this point, just make an 18 plus area. Like, like, no one's gonna be mad if you do. I don't think anybody would be really mad if they did. Or like make a kids only area. Make Twitch kids, you know? Then make Twitch teens, right? And then you have just Twitch, you know? That's what Twitch should do. Probably would help a lot of things. Feel like it would fix a lot of problems. Because, yeah, I will say this much. On Twitch and YouTube, being extremely family friendly actually helps you. So, you either have to be super family friendly or just completely unhinged crazy. Also, a lot of people say that Queso is family friendly. I'm like, have you heard the shit he says?
I am George Dimmadome, owner of the Chaos Dale Dimmadome.
Thank you for giving George his grand Dimmadome hat. I'm so happy I made that a toggle. I was not gonna do that. And then I was like, you know what? Screw it. Dimmadome.
Or just of Amy and be popular.
Or is George telling me to get good? Oh my god. Yo. Can't believe the frog is telling me to get good. It's frog, man. Oh my goodness. I almost threw up a bit in my mouth. Sometimes I have burps, but my burps also come with like other stuff, cause...
No, I'm tell you D's are good.
D's are good. Like D's nuts. Oh my gosh, on other social medias, for some reason, I can't say D's nuts. I have to like blink it out or something. I'm like, really? I can't say D's nuts? I can't do my famous joke anymore? People, man. Remember you had to... Oh yeah, that's true! Yeah, Twitch literally blocked D's nuts. Oh, I remember that. I was like, what? Why is it blocking it? Why you guys get banned? So I had to undo, I had to go in and actually turn it off.
Lock D's nuts in your mouth.
Yeah, Twitch literally said, nah, no D's nuts for you. Oh. None for you. None for you. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, excuse me. I'm a little cough. It's one of these. Oh my goodness. Yeah. There's a lot of crazy things. A lot of crazy things out there in the world. Bro, I should start making. I need to make a playlist for myself that I can listen to while I'm while I'm on stream, so I can like listen to something. Cause I don't mind like other stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. I have like a certain things that I like to listen to. Bro, where is it? I feel like the meme, like, where is it? You laughing, bro? You laughing? You know what, when in doubt, just... There we go. There we go. So we're gonna be doing some character design. There's one character that I might actually do something with, and you're gonna see me do this with the other character too, but one thing that I'm gonna also talk about character design, how to make character design, and also a lot of people are gonna point out really quickly, hey, you're using 3D models. I'm gonna quickly go over how you can use 3D models with Clip Studio to make your characters, because I think that it will definitely help me. It's how I mostly am able to pose and make characters. But, you know, I do break away from it sometimes because the 3D model is not absolutely correct. I had to still learn anatomy. Like, you still have to know somewhat of anatomy in order to do it. The 3D models are not going to help you all the way. I will say, though, that my idea of volume and other things has actually improved. Like, when I draw and sketch on my own, in my own drawing pad, like, my drawing has actually improved. So, I've begun to understand more, like, how volume works. If you don't know what volume is, that's how the form of the shape moves around something, right? The volume. But I can always draw George without any assistance. George is easy. Frogs, animals, creatures, backgrounds, or anything that's like natural or an animal, I can kind of be able to draw it without aid. But characters and other people, it's like I need help. So I'm gonna switch on over to us drawing, so you can kind of see a little bit what I've been doing. All right. I will be saying these characters' names because they are important characters, and don't worry, you will get to meet them. They are pretty important characters. If they're like side characters or something like that, you know, it doesn't really matter too much to me. So we're gonna kind of be working on Selvek here, who is a character I have been having a lot of troubles with. Speaking of George, I scrapped the version 1 of the George deck. Oh yeah, because you're making a George deck. Oh my, I want to see this George deck when you're done. I can't believe that you're making a Magic the Gathering deck based off of George. Honestly, props to you, man. Props to you. Anybody that does that kind of stuff, that's really cool. I wish I could get into Magic, but I don't know. Jose has told me, like, it's not as difficult as I think it is, but my brain's small, and it's smooth. It will forget. Or I'll get too obsessed, and then I will be no better than Jose. And I have very little monies, so it's probably best not to. So anyways, we're going to talk about character design really quickly. So we have Selvek here, and we have Axe. It's not you play a card, then someone with yell judge. What? It's not you play a card and then someone with yell judge. I hope I read that right. Bro. Well, I know that. I know it's not that incredibly bad, you know? It's more of just like, I just don't think my brain will be able to remember everything. It's not hard. You play a card and then someone will yell judge. Oh. I mean, I guess so. But if I'm playing with like my boyfriend and our friends, they're pretty, you know, they play pretty casually. They have like a casual one and then they have a competitive, right? So they usually mostly play with their casual decks. There's one person that has an entire Astarion deck. So, how big are the decks? I don't know. I don't play. I just know decent size. I don't know, good amount of cards. Okay, well, Jose has an entire squirrel deck where he just keeps summoning squirrels. So, I don't know. A good amount. That's his joke deck. He says that's his joke deck. But yeah, so we have Selvik and we have Axe. So those are two characters that we're working on. Selvik, as you can see, I started like kind of doing color, but I don't know if their outfit really vibes with me. It's probably I have no idea. If he comes in, you can ask him. He probably won't because he's probably sleeping. He's got work later tonight. So he's gotta sleep during the day. He's like a vampire. He's gotta sleep during the day and then he goes to work at night. Bro, if he was really a vampire, perfect job for him. But yeah, I don't think like Selvik's outfit is really vibing with me. So I'll point out something about Selvik though. He has gone through a multitude of transformations. So originally, Selvik used to be blonde. Okay, first off, he used to not even be darker skinned, okay? He used to be blonde. Then I made him darker, and then I was like, I don't think that the blonde really works with how dark he is. So I made his hair darker. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry for my coughing. I have some tea here because I'm a little bit coughy. I'm not getting sick. It's just sometimes mucus. I produce a large amount of mucus sometimes. But anyways, with Selvik. So, and then the other thing is like, and then I was like, oh, let me make him like disabled. I don't know what I was thinking. They're now cowboy hat. Oh my gosh. Now you can actually put a cowboy hat into the mix. But yeah, but I also made Selvik like being like a sort of like pseudo wheelchair. If anybody has read Witch Hat Altair, there's a character in there that has like a magical chair that's basically like a wheelchair. Like I was like inspired by that, but then I was like, I don't feel like this is gonna work. So I made him paraplegic instead. And the reason to it being this way of why I had to change his character so much is because I had to sit with the idea of who the hell is this character? What is he? What is his job? What does he do? There isn't one, or I would. Oh my gosh. There has to be a cowboy hat now in the deck, like as friggin' Wizards, what? It's Magic the Gathering, which is owned by Wizards of the Coast, isn't it? Which is owned by Hasbro. Get on that. Make a cowboy deck set. Make a cowboy set. Maybe you don't make it problematic cowboy set though. I don't know. Make cowboys. People still like cowboys. Okay? Make a cowboy set. Make it. Do it. Do it. There's a detective hat. I mean, I've been thinking about giving George different hats. I've been thinking about it. It's been simmering in my mind. I was gonna give George like outfits, but then I was like, hats. Hats are easier. But anyways, so I had to like sit a lot with this character and figure out like who are they, what do they do, why exactly are they here? Hats and monocles, bro. Maybe. So, first off, Selvig is up there with one of our older characters. That just means that he's like older in age. So Selvig is older. He's about in his 30s. Like human years, he's about in his 30s to 40s. Okay. He's also, of course, been in the war because there's a war in the comic, whatever. He's been in a war, but he's like kind of a military veteran at this point because he's now, you know, doesn't have arm and a leg. So, but he worked really hard to become an elder of sorts. So he's kind of like in charge of more of the political system, right? So he's much more of now a politician instead of a warrior. So that definitely does change like who he is as a character. So he's not going to look as military-esque or look like a traveler or look like something else. So it's like he needs to look a little bit more different. So that's why I'm like, I don't feel his outfit looks too civilian and not enough of elderness. So that's why I'm like, I don't feel like his outfit is there yet in the terms of vibiness. So we're going to play around with some outfit designs on him. So what I'm going to do is take a base sketch of him and then just copy and paste it, which is basically what I've done here. So this is what I do when I do character stuff. I will make bases. So this is the bases. Of course, I also have the 3D model under here, but as you can see, I've kind of gone over this and made some of my own changes with how it is, because again, 3D model is not going to be completely perfect with how actually this body would work. So I do that, and then I kind of test, oh my gosh, I kind of test like hair, and I kind of test different clothes, and kind of see what works, what doesn't work, what I'm kind of liking, what I'm not really liking. So we are going to be doing a few more different variety of sketches here with Axe, and kind of combining the first version I had here. If you guys have read the original comic, you kind of know that this was kind of close to Axe's first design, but I'm kind of trying to play around more with how I want him to be. He definitely is more of, you know, military. His name's Axe. I mean, he's gonna be a weapon, so he has to look a little bit more like, I akin him to like a D&D barbarian. That's like what I think of in my mind when I think about him. So I'm kind of like playing around with the idea a little bit more, but also trying to change it a little bit. The most important thing is Axe is a Blighton, so he's on the villain side, right? He's on the quote bad side, right? And how I have kind of played that idea of the Blightons is that the Blightons are kind of abstract, right? They're not they don't have really clean things about like what their outfits and everything can be, so they can kind of wear whatever they want. They have a lot of freedom to wear whatever they want, so I can dress them in whatever, which is really great. I don't have to really think about like the cultural significance or like why would they wear this or why wouldn't they wear this. I have a little bit more freedom, but they just have to be within the realm of looking like they're supposed to. So it's like Genshin rules. You can't go too far into modernist, but you can't go, but you can, you can't go too modern, but you can go a little bit fantastical, right? And it's basically Genshin rules. If you've ever like looked at Genshin Impact characters, that's basically kind of how the design idea is. But there are rules. There are rules to certain things, right? And depending on how I draw the main characters, whatever those designs are for the main characters is going to affect the rules for the rest of everybody else, right? So that's kind of how it's all being laid out with character design. Right now, of course, I'm mainly writing the comic, so doing these sort of character designs and understanding kind of what I want them to look like is gonna be very helpful as well, because then it makes me understand about like how everybody's character is. Oh, I also will say Fira's character, definitely their outfit is not changing. And also Taida. So these two characters you see over here, those characters have not really changed at all. Their outfits are pretty much the same. They are not really changing at all. So I do have those two there just to kind of like, you know, point out like, hey, we got the comic, you know. But those two character designs, like I keep thinking about them, and then I'm like, you know what? They're pretty solid designs of what they need to be. They aren't really, you know, beyond the scope of anything, so they're able to be fine. They're fine. And they work. Now, I will say this much, for the main cast, they're gonna definitely have a little bit more designing to them compared to like secondary characters. Some secondary characters might have some better designs than others. And of course, like extreme background characters that you're probably never gonna see again. Probably not gonna get that much detail because it doesn't make sense. I also try to hide their faces a lot. If I'm ever doing the comic, you'll notice that I kind of hide their faces or something like that. It's because I don't want to draw facial details. But the other thing is like, you know, they don't really matter. They're just kind of there for, you know, adding more people to the mix, right? Not making it as empty as some... I feel like some comics can feel pretty empty. But, you know, when... there's gonna be like parts where it's like okay to feel that emptiness because there's nobody around, you know, there's not supposed to be anybody else around. So yeah. I will say this much, I am very much shooting myself in the foot because I have never really, I've done you know, I have experience with some comic making, but I did notice like when I have more characters on the page, it does take longer for me to do the characters. So I'm gonna try and figure out a way of, and play around with like making mini comics and kind of play around with kind of how I want the style to look. Because it might be different than my normal illustrations. So just keep that in mind, that there might be a difference of how I normally do illustration work compared to how I'm gonna do the comic artwork. But there is going to be some similarities enough to where it's not like too abrupt, you know? So there is that. Just because easier way to speed up processes and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm so coffee.
I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts there. They're standing in a row, big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. Give 'em a twist, a flick of the wrist. That's what the showman said. Now that I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts.
Oh my gosh, I got a lovely bunch of coconuts. There they are, standing in a row. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I forget what that's from, but I know it. It's been stuck in my head for... Now I'm going to have that stuck in my head for days. Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much. Oh, it's the... Oh, that's where it's from. I was like, I feel like it's a Disney movie. Like, the first thought was, it's probably a Disney movie. All right. So I think the first thing we're going to start out with is actually doing axe sketches. So we're going to start here. And if anybody has any questions about character design, how do I think of character design, what impacts character design, blah, 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 whatever, ask. I'm okay with people asking questions. This is kind of like a work along / ask you questions. You're welcome, you must suffer. Yeah, I might make Jose suffer. I don't know. Depends. But yeah, if you have any questions about like character design, how do I think of character design? Oh, and also 3D. Hold on. I was going to go over that really quickly. So a lot of people, why are you stinky? You said ask questions. I am not stinky. I shower. It might be hot, but I still try and, you know, I have nice cold water. I have ice packs. I have fans. So, no stinky. Not stinky. Oh yeah, that's other stuff. I don't know why that's on. Really? I don't see a shower in your room. It's not in my room. God. It's somewhere else. It's called a bathroom. Yeah. In the garage, bro. You know, I'm done. I'm done. So, anyways. Wait, what the heck? Hold on a minute. No, here you go. So, 3D models. So, Clip Studio comes built in. Really? I didn't see any. I see a shower in your room in the garage. My room is not in the garage. I'm gonna just pull this in. Oh! In the excuse me! I didn't know! Alright. Hold on a minute. So, let me reset this. And put this down on the ground. Alright, there it is. Okay. So, Clip Studio has 3D models. This is like a base. This is like the base default model. So it's like, how do you get a model that's like this? Super simple. There's a little wrench here, and you open it up. Oh, you can't see this. Hold on. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can make a way so you guys can be able to see this. So things might end up being a little weird, but let me just pull this up here really quickly so you can kind of see this. So I'm just gonna pull this up here like that. This is my main screen. So you click on the little wrench, and then this little thing will pop up. And you go over to 3D drawing form. And here you can change the height. You can change the head to body ratio, so you can make chibis, or you can make him have a really, really tiny head, like those like the I'm trying to think of like the yaoi, you know, like the old yaoi, you know, where they have really tiny heads and really massive hands, you know. And here you can kind of change the body shape to whatever, so you can make them like really chunky. I don't really like how they inflate the belly area. There's other ways you can do this. You can learn to draw it, but you can kind of get like a sort of belly going on if you want to, and then just like build it from there. You can make them really skinny, really thin, like gaunt looking, muscular. You can really get some toned muscles, so you can just kind of like play around. All right, here, reset that. Or you can kind of go in here and you can literally, so this is the head, this is like neck, how thick you want the neck. You can go into shoulders, so you can get the really nice Dorito shape. The Dorito. Make him look like a Dorito. Now, this is something new that's only in 4.0 and older. So, you can actually change specific parts once you start getting into, like, other stuff. So you can actually change how the upper chest and the waist is. So you can make him have, like a big old butt. So let me just, here. You can make him have a big butt. So you can change that to be what you want it to be. And again, you can also make him like really tall. So you can get really weird looking characters if you really want to. You can make really weird characters by going in here and really changing stuff. And again, you can like change this stuff. This is how I make my arms like really big. I just literally put them like all the way here. So that's how I'm able to get my big monster arms. I've been having to draw it like by myself, but it's been kind of nice to be able to go in and do this so I can keep the arms consistent. I still have to draw a majority of the stuff. I still have to draw the fingers. I still have to draw how the hand pose is. So it's like I still have to draw the hand over and over again, which is making me better at drawing hands. But it also is nice to kind of be able to have a sort of way to do it. Then you can do the hip, you know, make him have really wide, whatever kind of hips. And then legs, you can go in and differentiate each one. And then, you know, you got the feet. So you can really play around with this. Again, you can also do female, male, whatever. I would say if you want to go androgynous look, do male. Make them male, and you can get like you can make them really skinny. You can give them more of like flatter definition, and then you can kind of build from there. I would just say in order to make them not look so masculine, just kind of smooth out this area here. So it is pretty angular right now to go down, but if you want it more masculine androgyny, just make it straighter. So that's cool stuff with this. I will say though, for a woman, however, you know, the thicker you make her, the bigger the boobs, which is pretty much how it normally is. It's pretty normal. If you don't want her to have that, just learn to draw boobs smaller. You can do that. I like women more fuller, so that's why most of my women are a little bit more, you know. There is one character, which is Taida. Taida does have, on her model, does have a little bit bigger, but I draw it more flat. So she's the only one that I kind of draw a little bit flatter, because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for her to have that. So I do draw her with smaller. Or flat. If you do really want like feminine androgyny, do a female model, and again, make them just thin. That'll help. So yeah, so you can play around a lot in this. You can do a variety of different things. You can do hand poses, bunch of different stuff. If you don't want an outline on the character, you don't have to do an outline. I just have it there just so it separates from the background a little bit more so I can see it better. That's all I do it for. But yeah. And then, you know, you can apply a bunch of different poses. You can make your own poses. You can make your own poses and save them. I've saved this pose that he's in. I saved this one because it's an easy pose to have for characters because they're wide enough to where I can be able to like drape any clothing but be able to see them more fully. So this is like a default pose that I just use for characters, but if I really want to do like a full character lineup with all the characters, I'm gonna put them in a different pose and then, you know, dress them up, you know, so then I can have like a little character because you'll see a lot of times with character designs and when people make character designs that they put them in certain poses. I just have them in default poses just to do basic character stuff. And it's like once I know what I'm putting on them, what they're going to look like, then that's when I kind of put them in a pose that I think would match their character, and then would put them in a lineup. So yeah. And that's kind of what I do. So that's how I make characters. You don't always have to do this. I just do it because then it keeps character consistency. It's a really quick, easy way to get character shapes laid out or something like that. So it's just really quick and easy because sometimes it's like I kind of know what the shape of them are, but I don't know like the rest of all the smaller details. So I have to put that in myself, you know. And at the end of the day, it's like if you're going to be using, a lot of people like void against using 3D poses, and I'm like, I understand that. You should still be drawing normal characters without using 3D poses, so I completely agree on that. That's why my normal everyday sketching that I do now and then, of course I can't use 3D poses, I have to use my own stuff. So every once in a while I'll whip out the drawing book and just do a few exercises of sketching people, or just doing exercises of sketching hands, sketching legs, feet, whatever, different body parts, whatever, doesn't matter. And just do that. Because I still want to know how to draw on my own without these. This just makes drawing process a lot faster when it comes to digital. So, it's a tool I use, and I use often, but I still have to understand the basic fundamentals of how to draw, because, you know, these can only teach me so much, right? They can only give me a pose and just say, hey, this is the volume of the character. Just remember how big the character is. And that's it. But, you know, I still have to draw, like, if they have, like, their hair, what if they have, like, other stuff, like their facial features. I have to draw all of that. I have to draw all of their, what if they have tails or wings or ears. Like, I still have to understand where that's all gonna go and how that's gonna be. So yeah. You can actually draw on the characters to make like reference marks. I have that, and I'm gonna be honest, it throws me off all the time. So I've just like kind of I'm like, for certain marks or certain things that I need to be in specific parts, I'm gonna put it on there. But for other areas, it's like, nah. For the most part, I'm just gonna draw based off of what I know that the character looks like. And, you know, after a while, when you draw the character so much, you eventually become really consistent at doing it. So you get that consistency. Yeah, so that's fun things with 3D models. Let me turn this off so we can go back to our normal drawing. Because I usually don't like having all the pop-ups up. So I usually just have it be a capture for just this window alone, so you don't have all the pop-ups and other things that I'm doing. So you can just see the drawing and sketch work and all of that sort of stuff. So anyways, let's get rid of these. And now we will kind of start sketching. Oh. So you'll notice that some sketches kind of really go off the deep end sometimes with certain stuff. And yeah, some sketches can really go off the deep end sometimes. And that's pretty much okay. So I want to delete that. Delete that. I don't know why, but I've been playing around with him instead of him having his hair down. Because if you remember Axe from the original, he did have his hair down and nice and flowing or whatever. And I was like, I like it, but I don't like it. So his hair got changed. His hair is going to be up. But then I'm like, I don't know if I want it up and then like have like a buzz cut underneath or something. I don't know. So that I'll play around with when I come to thinking about the coloring, because it's going to be a little bit easier for me to understand it when it comes to coloring. So I can turn that off. So we're gonna go over here first and kind of start with him. So I like this part, this bottom part here. Not these, but kind of this. Kind of like this. So we're gonna take like this part. And I like this top part and kind of this bottom area. Maybe not these shoes. Maybe these. So it's like, you know, we're starting to get to a point where we're kind of combining a lot of things together. And this is, you know, this is what makes character design. You're gonna, if you are making characters, like if you're making OCs, like, you know, you understand the process, like you're gonna like change that OC up a lot. You know, you're gonna change up that own original character up a lot. When it comes to character design and professionalism, when it comes to this stuff, normally professionals will draw about sometimes 100 different character designs. Yeah, like over 100. That's a lot. You're like, wouldn't you be done trying to make all those character designs? Yeah, trust me, they're done. But the reason that they do it is because they want to try and experiment as much as possible with what this character can be, right? So you're thinking of different shape languages. You're thinking of like what you want this character to look like. Why are they wearing this stuff? Why are they wearing the things that they are wearing? Who is this character? And the more that you start to draw them, the more you start to become associated with this character, and that's helpful to you. And so when you get to the final stages, you're like, okay, I kind of know this character a little bit more. I understand the story a little bit more. You know, here's my final stuff. And, you know, sometimes directors and things like that, whoever's in charge at looking at that stuff, they'll look at you and they'll go, yeah, this is pretty bad. Give me different designs. So you're always going to want like a large majority of designs when it comes to making character designs. So you got to go through hundreds, thousands character designs before you probably land on something that you like. Of course, because I'm a singular person and it's me making the final decisions, we're probably not going to go through as many as that. But that's just kind of how it is when it comes to character design. You know, you start thinking about the character more and you're just like, I kind of am starting to understand the character a little bit more, and I'm kind of putting myself in their shoes, and I'm kind of getting to understand who they are as sort of an individual. And then from there you can kind of decide how things work and what works and what doesn't. especially with shape language, because I think that a lot of people don't really understand shape language too much. The more spikiness something has, like the more points and edges that something has, the more like this person has some things to hide. They're more like sketchy. The rounder the shape, so you see a lot of old grandmas and stuff, they have like a lot of rounder shapes to them in their character design. And the reason for that being is because it makes them more friendly, makes them more appealing, because rounder is nicer. You know, you associate round things with fun things, you know, plushes and all this sort of stuff always have these roundish designs. But then if you want a person to look more like sturdy, you're gonna use a lot more boxier designs. And even with this, I still try and apply those to these characters. So technically, if I were to break down his design really quickly, I'm gonna use like a different color. So he kind of has this like roundish shape up here. So he's kind of rounded up here. And then he has like another circle. So he's round. But then he kind of has a very box-ish face that I kind of gave him. And then he has this kind of triangle shape. And then on top of kind of another triangle shape. So he has like a very... You can already see from me breaking this down that I could even stylize his character design so much more to really emphasize this. And then he has like rounder shapes here, you know. It's kind of roundish here. Whatever. There's... And then his legs kind of go down into a point. But I'm kind of trying to make... He's got a lot of things to hide. He's got some points to him. So he's got a lot of points. Now, his head is very interesting because it has both circle and square shapes, which makes him kind of sturdy. But then most of the rest of his design, you could also argue that he has like a very boxish design too up here. It's kind of like a box. So this makes the character appear kind of like a stubborn, so you get some stubbornness from the square shape of his head here. And then you have some roundness because, you know, maybe he's not as stubborn, maybe he's sometimes level-headed. But most of the rest of him, it's like, he's like a little shady. But also, if I were to really break him down, because of how big these shoulders are, it does give much more of a boxish. So he looks more like very sturdy, high up on his shoulders, you know, very hard to get through him kind of thing. So that is kind of how shape language works. Because you want, you know, it's not the idea of just making a character look appealing. It's how is this character supposed to look? And there are certain characters, you know, Luthador has very much, if I were to do Luthador has a very much kind of, definitely also triangle design, but he has like a little bit like this. He's kind of, that's kind of his design. His shape language is kind of more of that. He's very, again, kind of similar to him, but not too much, because he has more angularness to his design. He is very angular. Not angular in the sense of pointy. He has more points in his design. But and then if I go to Art, you know, Art's a woman, so she definitely has more curves. But you'll notice with her, I made her have more this kind of curviness. So she has a lot of round shapes. And even in her outfits and designs that she has, a lot of it is rounded. A lot of her shapes are rounded. Whereas Luthador has a lot of very harsh angular shapes. So even the clothing on him is like angular and like shoop, straight. But Arts can be a little bit more, even though that she has some outfits that are kind of straight, some of it is like, I still try to draw it as more rounded, very softer, right? So that's how one way that you can also do character design as well. Again, these are just like simple design principles for shape language of character design that you can apply even if you have characters that are drawn like this. You can still apply that in their outfits. So they can kind of get a feeling of what the character is in the outfit because of the shape language of the outfit. So even if the shape language isn't 100% there in the base character, you will understand it in the language of what they are wearing, right? So even here with what he's wearing, I mean, there's a lot of crosses in here, but he also has very sturdy box shapes. These are kind of box shapes, right? Very boxy. But then he has this kind of like a roundish, like flowy shape here, which is interesting. That I put this there for a reason. There's a reason that this is here. But again, lot of box shapes. Box shape here, very box shape here, kind of boxy, but it's a roundish box, right? So you get that those box shapes in there again. So he's kind of very stubborn. It makes him look much more, not completely unapproachable, but it makes him look more sturdy, right? So, and you'll notice like with some characters, you can even look at, I would say look at like Avatar: Last Airbender. You'll notice that a lot of the Earthbenders have very boxy shapes to their outfits. And then if you look at Fire Nation has a lot of points to their character designs. And then Air Nation has a lot of like the flowy, like a flowy kind of way. So it's a very like flow, right? To make it almost circular. And then Water also has, again, very flowy circular designs. So again, even if you can't, all the characters can look somewhat similar, you can still put the shape language in their outfits. So, and this happens with anime, it does happen with anime. You don't really realize it, but it does happen with anime. Anime is a little bit different because anime, they're thinking more of the personality of the character as well. Like, why is the character wearing this? Like, they're, if they're going to school, if they're like a school, if it's a school setting, like, of course the character is probably going to wear school clothes. And it's like, okay, well, what if they meet outside of school? Okay, what are they wearing? Are they like more a relaxed character? So they're gonna be wearing like big baggy stuff, maybe not so much prettiness, maybe they're not wearing makeup, like, those all play a thing, and that also helps with character design. So it's not just shape language that you can have, but you can also think about the personality of the character. I actually made I made like a short, because a lot of people talk about like what makes a good VTuber design. Stop thinking that way. Think about what makes a good character design. Stop, like, VTuber designs are characters. At the end of the day, they're characters. So what makes a good character design is what will make a good VTuber design. So whenever you're whenever people are thinking about making a VTuber, you have a theme. Cool. What else? Saying that you're a celestial dragon VTuber. Okay, there's hundreds of them. What makes you different? Oh, well, I want my celestial dragon VTuber to be a dentist. Okay, cool. Now you have another theme that is gonna be more interesting. So not only are they a celestial dragon, whatever, they also do dental work. Okay, how are you going to incorporate that into their design? Are you going to make them wear like some sort of dental suit? Or are you going to incorporate like teeth into the design? Like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do to kind of tell me that that's what that character does? So, yeah. It just helps to propel yourself into understanding further of what that character can be and what that character could be, So, Again, shape language can kind of help you, but, you know, you kind of don't really extremely need it most of the time. I would say if you're going for really super stylized designs, like, you really want to understand shape language, because you don't want a character that's supposed to be happy and cheerful to be all angular in design, because then people are going to start thinking that that character is like hiding something and that they're only being cheery because they're hiding something deep inside of them, right? I mean, you could play around with that, you know, having a character that's very happy and all the time, then having an angular design, and then all of a sudden, uh-oh, that character is actually the big bad evil guy. Like, you can play around with that. So it just depends how you kind of want to go about doing things and showing things. So I hope that explains some things for people that want to do character design. I will tell you this much. The only reason I know this stuff is because I learned from professionals, right? However, you don't need to think about this stuff if you don't want to. You can design your character however you want. It's just if you want to go deeper, here's how you do it. That's my only thing. It can just help you to think about your character a little bit more, you know, and how you kind of want to go about designing them. But I've designed characters that I was just like, I'm just going to design the character this way. But then the more that I thought about it, I was like, you know what's really funny is even if you don't think about shape language somehow just ends up in there. So, like, even for Axe here, like, I wasn't thinking about, like, the sturdiness of him. But I ended up putting a lot of very boxy designs in him. I didn't think about it, but I did it. Because that's kind of how he is. He's a very sturdy guy. In more ways than one. And I will not explain further. Luthador can explain further. Sorry, I'm like in the middle of like writing some stuff. I'm kind of jumping around and writing stuff in the comic. Because there's a particular arc of the comic. It's a really short arc. So I'm writing that right now because I'm like really thinking about it. I'm like, this needs to be written down now. So I'm writing that down. And then I'll go back and write the rest of the stuff that I was writing on. So kind of am jumping around in writing certain things, but you know, it's just nice to have it plotted out so that then it's like when I get to there, it's like, okay, now I understand how I'm gonna kind of fit this into the stuff that's already here before, and then kind of jump that arc, and then I can kind of squeeze in the other stuff that needs to happen after it, or like during when that arc is happening, because technically there's two storylines that end up happening in the same arc, but they're overlapping each other. So two arcs are happening at the same time. I do feel like some people might be confused about how long a particular arc is, but I'm hoping with the second one coming right after, then people will be like, oh, okay, so they were down there for this long. It's like, yeah, they were down there for quite a while. I call it the underground arc, and I will not say more than what it is, because it like happens pretty later on in the comic. But it's pretty good with what I'm writing right now, so. And sometimes that just happens, you know, you kind of like jump around. Because you come up with ideas and you're just like, this is a really cool idea. I should write this down. Write it down. So, I'm gonna try and combine that second one. That second idea that I had with that of the main ideas I did have for him. So, Also, a lot of people might be wondering, like, why are you putting, like, all your characters in, like, this bodysuit stuff? Let me do what I want. Actually, funny enough, technically the suit that they're wearing is made out of blight, technically. And Art technically has a suit that's similar to them that is also made of blight. This isn't gonna be really covered in the comic at all, but her outfit is also made of blight because her father made it for her, and her father that raised her is a blighton. So he made it for her. So that's why you'll see a lot of similarities between some of what the Blightons are wearing and what Art wears, because there's that connection. Again, not really going to be discussed, but that's a fun little thing. If people do ask me like questions about it, I might talk about it. But now you guys know that. So if you're here, you get to learn something that is not going to be covered in the comic. Yippee! Woohoo for you! A+. Technically, this bodysuit does go about to here. So it's kind of wearing, like, underwear. It's kind of like undergarments, basically. Mama. I think the thing I was listening to is over. Alright. Alright. So, I kind of want the belt. So he has it about here-ish. Oh yeah, the other thing that I see a lot of times that people do, and I've done this too. When you're drawing a character that has something that's supposed to overlap, this line here I use as a guide to tell me where the middle of the body is, right? Because this is the middle, this is the center of the body. So what I do if something is overlapping on a character, I draw it over a little bit, because then it feels like it's overlapping, but it's also not directly on the line. Because what a lot of people will do, I would say this is fine if you're wearing like a hoodie, right? Hoodies go down the center here, right? But if you don't have a hoodie and you're wearing like a button up, so, you know, you have like a button here, right? A lot of people will just follow the line of the character, right? The where the center is. No. Buttons and stuff go over. And then you can draw the buttons. You can draw the buttons down the center, but the shirt itself has to be over. Because if you actually look at a button-up shirt, that is what it looks like. The buttons are in the center, but the actual overlap is on a different side. And also, depending on if it's a woman or a man, this will be different. So I believe for a woman button up, it'll be like this. And then a man button up will be like that. Yeah, they're on different sides. So this is for men, and this is for women. It's a little detail. You could do it. I have a character that is a woman that is wearing men's clothing. So her stuff, like, I don't have to change too much because it's like, oh, it's women. There we go. Here, let me... There we go. There we go. Just adding some texturing to make it look like a kind of, it's gonna look a little bit like it's a pillow padded, like it's padded. So there's a, you'll see a lot with like leather armor or something like that, that it kind of has this like padding in it, because you, even though that leather armor isn't really good, like you could probably still get shot by an arrow with it. It still has some padding in it, so that then at least certain stuff won't be able to get through. Like it'll take a bit to be able to really actually get in and hurt you. So that's kind of like what these little details are, is like kind of to emphasize that a little bit. And then doing the belt. Ooh, I got an itchy ear. I'm trying to like think of how I kind of want this to be. There we go. I'm kind of like doing this like plushness here just to like give it a little bit more texturing, because a lot of his outfit is very flat, so I wanted to add like some texture. Sometimes texturing can really help elevate something. So and then I'm trying to like think. I want him, no, I need it to go here. It needs to be lower. There we go. Trying to figure out how to. There we go. There we go. There might be other ways of how I want to adjust it, but... Here, let me see. Oh, okay, so I see what I did. Alright, alright. Sometimes what I could just do, and I don't know why I like just redraw. I think I'm just trying to get used to drawing it, that's why. So... and then... There we go. That's what I want. There we go. Alright. There we go. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. I was trying to, like, you know, because I like the skirt idea from his original design, and I want to kind of incorporate it again. But if it doesn't work, then it gets thrown out, you know? Honestly, the second version, the third on the end, is like, to me, I really like that design. But I'm trying to also think of, like, how can I simplify it a bit more? Because I will say this much. The simpler the characters, the easier it is to draw. The easier that is to draw, the faster it is to draw. And all that good jazz, you know? Very nice. There you go. There we go. There we go. I kind of like the shoes a little bit more. I think it's because it gives like a little bit of a silhouette. Oh, that's another thing with character designs. I always see everybody going on and on about like you just have to have really good silhouette. And a lot of people don't really know what a good silhouette is. I'll tell you really quickly what a good silhouette is. Or like what the idea of a good silhouette is. Here's what you need. That's a good silhouette. I know this is the most confusing thing that you'll ever see in your life. Let me explain what the zigzag method is with silhouette design. So, the zigzag method is basically when you have a character. Can I move this zigzag out of the way? Thank you. When you have a character, you know, you have a character, right? You want pick a side, whatever side. So I'll just go with this side, right? We'll just use Luthador for an example. So Luthador kind of has this, and then he has like his scarf to the side, whatever. And then he has, you know, his pants, whatever. He doesn't really have like much going on at the bottom. He does have like some armbands here, and then I might like put some stuff here. Finally, the chaos is aligned in just the right way to allow me to finally catch you live. Yes! And why is that not working again? Oh. For some reason, it wasn't connected to VTube. Yeah. Hello? What? It was working earlier. Oh my goodness. Oh, uh-oh. Hello? Isn't we love... Yeah, I know. Okay. I guess Tits isn't working today. 'Cause, it's not even realigning. You know what? Close out of it. Close out of it. Open it back up again. Let's see if it works. I'm just happy to finally be here. Yeah! Yeah, we're just talking a lot about character design, because we're doing character designs today. Here, I'm gonna open up Tits again and see. Because I know it was working for a fact, because I saw it open up and it had aligned correctly. See, there we go. Now it's fine. It's so weird. Yeah, love me some character design. Yeah, we're currently going over Axe designs for the comic. So I have his base here, and we're kind of just like sketching different ideas of so I already have his like body down. That's covered. Now I'm just like doing hair ideas and outfit ideas. So this is the third one. So this is stuff I've done offline. I kind of really like this last design here. I kind of experimented with something of like mixture of stuff, but I don't know. The last design, it works. There's something about it. And then of course I played around more with like his first designs that I ever had. And I kind of was just like, I feel like they're not there yet. So I kind of really am playing around with this design, but like mixing the first with this last design and just seeing if I like it or if I like this design better. Also was playing around if I wanted his hair up or wanted his hair down. So those are other ideas. I feel ya. I love the first one, but having to draw it over and over may be a pain. Yeah, the first one here definitely is was like his kind of almost original design. It wasn't a pain to draw, but I felt like it was like too basic compared to the rest of the characters. Considering like he shows up all the time, so he's like more of a major, he's also technically a main character, but not really. So I'm like, I kind of want something a little bit more to him. So, and also like thought more about his character, and I'm like, the more that I think about it, I'm like, the more like, as much as this design is nice, this design is just way better for him. Because he's described as a weapon. Like, he's described as like military, but like just someone that does a bunch of odd jobs. Alright? So he doesn't have like one thing that he does. He's like an oddity of different things. So. But I was going over what like makes a good silhouette of a character. Because you can... A jack of all trades. Yeah, exactly. He's a barbarian that has some levels in Bard. He's a barbarian that has levels in Bard for some reason. Oh no, ads are gonna start playing in a second. But I might just sit here and drink my tea. No, not the ads. Anything but the ads. I'm gonna be honest, some people have been complaining about ads. And I'm gonna be honest, most content creators do not like ads either in the streams. Apparently I heard that YouTube streaming ads are getting bad. Fair, yeah. I mean, I don't like them either. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know anyone. I was like, you know what? If they made ads less intrusive, no one would be complaining. But because it cuts into the middle of a live stream, I can't tell with YouTube ones laughing at. I know! Same! Did you hear that apparently if you use ad blocker, your view doesn't count on YouTube? Which I'm like, what? But yeah, YouTube came out and said, yeah, if you use ad blockers, your view does not count. But they still get the money from it, which is weird. I'm like, what the hell? So. I know. That's sad. It hurts my feelings. But now I know why my videos are impacted, but my shorts are doing amazing! Thank you, YouTube. Being a content creator in 2025 is very, very hard and very, very challenging. It's not like it used to be, man. And there go the ads. I will just be sitting here finishing my tea. Because I actually want to drink this. So yeah. Things be crazy. But we'll go over like different art things and then hopefully like sketching. I like how I've only done like a bit of sketching. I feel like that's now typical art days. It's just like not very much art. Mostly just like sketching and stuff and talking and yapping. Lots of yapping. This is why most of the time when I'm really working on an art piece, I do not stream it because I'm just like, I really gotta work on this. So, But things are very strange and very weird most of the time. Oh. There's someone like that added me in something, and I've just been getting non-stop notifications. I'm like, please, free me. But yeah. Ugh. What's the temperature in here? 87! Holy snap! I think that's the highest it's ever been in here. Because me personally, I'm like, why am I sweating so much? Why I be sweating? I be sweating a lot. Anyways. I want this ad to be over so I can talk to people. I know, it's so annoying. Ads are super annoying because it's like, you know, you yourself have to take like a break in the middle of it. And it's like, bro, I was literally just talking about stuff, man. I was talking. If I had more subscribers and stuff, like I would keep talking. But I feel like it's also a disservice to the people that haven't subbed. Because I know some streamers that just keep talking. I'm like, I missed like half of what they were talking about. And it doesn't feel nice when you come back and they like had a whole entire conversation. It's like kind of sad. Break's over! Yay! Everyone's back from the break! Yay! Yippee! Actually, you know what? Let me test if the thing works. Does yippies now work? Yay! Hooray! Anyways, I was gonna talk about good character silhouette design stuff. Because earlier I was talking about shape languages. Oh, there we go. Yay! Again, you know, with Twitch integrated throwing system, you just gotta turn it off and turn it back on again, and everything's fine. It's so temperamental. It's been super temperamental recently. I'm just like, you know what? If you ever have a problem, turn it off and turn it back on again. It's fine. Yeah. So anyways, good character silhouette. So I'm like kind of using like Luthador's character silhouette here to just kind of like point some stuff out of his silhouette. So a character silhouette, you want like points of interest, right? So I would say like I would make the cape kind of go out here. So you want areas of interest. So like this is interest, this is interest. That's what you want, right? That's what's important. You can get as crazy or as non-crazy as you want. A lot of people, like, I think like one problem with a lot of VTubers is they do this. They have this big, massive hair. Oh, so pretty. Very pretty hair. Okay, and then you have your legs. Oh. I don't know why sometimes this doesn't work. You have such nice hair, and then you have little legs in your feet. And that's your silhouette. Now, to be fair, this isn't bad, okay? This isn't a bad silhouette. You can be really interesting with it because there is somebody that actually has one like this. But then, if I do this, who is it? If you answered Matara Khan, you're correct. But she uses it to her advantage because she's like an insect. She's a cockroach, right? So for her design, it makes sense why the hair would look the way that it does. Because at the very end of it, her hair looks like that because it's mimicking the shape and silhouette of a cockroach. Now, of course, she does also have her like, her little arms and everything, right? So like it sells the silhouette more. So you can have a silhouette like this and it will work. And the other thing is, it's a symmetrical design, because a lot of people say like you have to have an asymmetrical design, something that's like Luthador, in order to be an interesting silhouette. No, you can have an interesting silhouette and have it be symmetrical. Now the interior you can make a little asymmetrical if you want, but you can have a symmetrical design even with all of that. So an interesting design just has to create points of interest. Something that comes out of this area. Now, you can have a character design where there is not too much poking out. Because then it kind of means like, there's a lot of stuff connected to everything, right? So, like, Luthador has very small points of interest, but those points of interest are important to his character because as you get to know him, you start to realize how much importance this scarf is. You start to realize how important these horns are. And then, eventually you can kind of, and then he has like his long hair, and I might actually have his hair up. And then it's like, oh, his hair is up. Why is his hair up, right? So those can cause points of interest within characters, right? And again, even with very simple designs, you know what, Opie? I'm going to use you. I'm going to use you really quickly. I know, hold on, I know. But you have a very simple design, right? So I'm just going to like draw a little Opie here. I remember kind of what your character design is, right? Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Don't worry, it's nothing bad. Why did I give you such stubby little legs? But you have your tail, but then you have like your little beret here, and then you have like your ears, right? You could technically make one of those ears be up, and I think you do have one ear down and one ear up. Am I right? I don't remember. I don't know why you suddenly started looking like Mickey Mouse. Just ignore it. Sometimes I do one time, sometimes both. Okay, well, if I was drawing a character, a VTuber model for you, I'd probably have one down, one here. Lol, let's go copyright. Yeah, but then you have like you normally have like your little dress and your boots and all of that. But then you do something, which is you kind of have, sometimes I see that you have your character have like the, oh my gosh, the cardigan off the shoulder. So it kind of leads into, so you have like a cardigan up here, but then you have it kind of like poking out here. So that can lead to an interesting silhouette here. Because you can make this side be longer. So you kind of have some points of interest. So you have your tail here. So you have that. You have the separate ears. You have the beret here. So the beret is gonna help. This here, how you draw, however you draw that. And then if you make it lower on one side, higher on the other side, then you're gonna have like this kind of thing. So it looks like a curve here. So then that's gonna also break up the silhouette. So that's not a bad silhouette. It's simple. Okay, it's simple, and you don't have to be complex with it, because I see people out here like putting so many complexities up the wazoo. I'm like, you can make it simple. Yeah, you can make a character design simple. It doesn't have to be extreme. You can do it with hair. You can do it with, like, you know, animalistic parts always help, okay? You know, you can also do it with clothes. You know, you can pick one and you can go extreme in those kinds of areas, right? And just make something that you think is interesting. And again, you know, if you want to test things, I would say that the only thing, okay, the thing also is silhouettes has nothing to do with if the character design is good. Well, it kind of does, but kind of not. It's complicated, but a silhouette basically just tells you the readability. Is it readable? Like, can we, like, are there certain parts that we can't really see? And it's like, okay, are those parts important? Do you want people to see them? If yes, then you need to change the silhouette. If no, then it doesn't matter and it won't affect the silhouette. But it's like, you know, oh, but you want to show that you're a possum. Well, if you put the hair too big and the ears too small, then I'm not going to be able to tell you're a possum. I know that you have a tail, but I wouldn't tell. So that's one thing. It's like, you know, if it's important, make sure that it's readable in the silhouette. If it's not important, it's not important for the silhouette, right? Technically, my ears kind of get hidden with my hair because my ears kind of match into the shape of the hair. But then, of course, you know, when you actually see it, you're just like, oh, like I can differentiate in the coloring and value stuff. Like, oh, this is your ear, this is your hair. So it's like, you know, that differentiates it up. Also the horns, like, you know, my horns poking out, my crown poking out. So there are different ways of how you can be able to make your silhouette like pop out here and there. If I really wanted to emphasize my ears a lot more, I would probably like shrink my hair down a little bit so it's not as poofy. So that is a way you could do it, right? But yeah, so there's a lot of different interesting things that you can do with character design, but you can make something simple. Yeah. But I will say this much. When it comes to silhouettes is readability. Okay? Shape language is also readability. Everything is about being able to read the character without knowing the character. That's basically all that shape language is. It's like knowing the character's personality before knowing the character. Silhouette language is being able to identify the character without knowing the character. So like, you can definitely tell who Art is compared to Luthador, because Luthador has his horn poking out of his head. You can see his horn. That means that that's definitely Luthador, whereas Art, you know, she's shorter, but she also has her hair. Her hair is notable. So you understand it because that is her shape language. You can read that. So, and then, you know, like Varel has his stuff, Fira has her stuff. Like, everybody has their own shape language, but then their own silhouette that you can identify the character. So, like, SpongeBob's so easy. SpongeBob is the most easiest thing that you can think of when it comes to it. Not only in the sense of shape language, but you know each individual character because each of them have their own shape. Of course, they're also based off of, like, different sea creatures, but you know, they each have their own shape, with, you know, Patrick Star, of course, being a star shape, and then, you know SpongeBob because he's the sponge shape, you know, Mr. Krabs because he's the crab shape, you know, Squidward because he's the squid shape, right? So yeah. When it came to design, I took that Dan Pavemeyer said about Phineas and Ferb to my design to a certain extent. Phineas and Ferb are designed that way to make it easier for kids to draw. Yes, that's another thing, you know. If you want it to make it easier for people to draw you, simpler character design is gonna be nice. That's why I actually draw myself the way I do, with more of a simpler design. It's still complex, but it's also simple. It's not too difficult, but it's not too terrible that people can't be able to draw it in their style, right? I wanted to bring that into my design so I won't overexert myself when I need to draw myself over and over again. That is true. I will say there are parts of my design that are definitely, I'm like, why did I draw so many bones? Why did I do the bone stuff? But I feel like it also broke up a little bit of the design so it doesn't be completely flat. Because I don't completely like flat stuff. I want there to be a little bit more interest to things. But that's how I just am with characters. So, but yeah, you can go simple. And I think that a lot of people don't understand, like, just because you have a simple design, and a lot of VTubers have been saying this. They're like, no, your design has to be like more complex. I'm like, do you mean complex or interesting? Because complexity does not mean interesting. Because Matura Khan has a very simple design, but it's complex enough to where you can be able to understand it, right? So it's complex. But when I talk about complexity, I'm talking about you have like hundreds bits and bobs on you. But there's some people that just, like, I feel like go way too overboard on their VTuber model designs, right? Like, it's nice, but honey, half that stuff is not getting seen, you know? That's why I put more of the visual interest in my top portion of my model, right? Here, let me turn my... I put more of my visual interest in the top part of my model, which you should be doing with a VTuber model. Like, that's one thing with VTuber designs. You need to have the VTuber model have more interest in the top half than the bottom half. But even still, like, you know, I still wanted to put interest into my bottom half too. So even though that you don't see the bottom half, like, there's still interest in the bottom half of my design with all of these tentacles and also like the chains and the mouth stuff also. But even within, like, I still wanted the visual design to be like interesting, right? So even though that you don't see it, it's like, you know, it's still there. I love your design. It looks complex without it actually being too complex. Yes. Yeah. Lots of shape language. That's what I used. I just used simple shapes. My entire design is completely simple shapes. I'll actually pull it up for you. I can pull this down here. Not gonna see it. Let me see, like a... I'm trying to see something that I can use to be able to, like, show this. You know what? Sure, let's do this one. Everyone knows this picture. I know that it's not an up and down complete up and down design, but I can, like, show you, like, really quickly the idea. You know. Of course, I would say the most complex shape is going to be this one. But, I mean, it's just literally that. That's all it is. You absolutely serve in that picture. I know. Yeah, but everything is simple shapes. This is a circle, and then you have a triangle, and triangle, and then you have a triangle, and another triangle, triangle, you know. These are all just rounded triangles. So it's all simple shapes. If you broke it down. Super, super simple. But it looks complex because I just keep compounding the shapes together. So that's why it looks complex. There's a lot of shapes, but it's all simple shapes. It's literally all circles and triangles. That's the entirety of the design, is literally circles and triangles. And that's it. So if you ever want to draw me, it's literally circles and triangles. It's not really much else in sense of shape language, or in very many shapes, you know. And even like my necklace here, you know, we have the heart shape, but it's only one, right? There's only one upside down heart shape, and then, you know, just a regular normal gem shape. There's 2 triangles put together. So, well, it's just circles and triangles. Circles and triangles. Yeah, Jose said I should draw myself in a, like, pinup girl outfit in that pose, and I'm like, maybe. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah. You know what's super interesting is I feel like people would want me to do, like, video recordings of me. If I can love pinup. Oh. Oh, you like pinup? Okay, let me hold on a minute. Where is it? There you go. The Halloween art coming soon. I don't know if I'll make this a sticker or not. Depending on how much, if people really like it, I'll make it a sticker. I had to redraw the legs. It was like a few times I had to redraw it. I was like, ah. I was originally going to draw this in black and white, but then I was like, no, I feel like that would be too much. So I made the outfit all black and white, and then I just colored the rest of me, you know. So, but yeah, if people really like it, I'll make it a sticker for everybody. But yeah. So that's Halloween stuff that I did. I was kind of working on it in the Discord. Every once in a while you might see me in the Discord just like doing art and stuff like that. So depends how I feel and if I want to hop in there and be in there. So yeah. But yeah, I feel like some people might want me to just like do like little tutorials of like shape language and stuff like that. And it's like I would have to like put some sort of script together for it or something like that and then talk about it. But then I'm like, but then when I try and like write down the script and like do stuff, like I feel like I don't explain it well compared to when I do it live. Because I feel like with lives, like I can, you know, can ask questions, you know? So it's like you can be able to ask questions to me. And I think that's a little bit nicer. Because it's like a classroom, you know? A classroom. I feel like, you know, with a lot of things, like because like how I talk about things and all of that, my mom's like, you know, you could go and become a teacher. I'm like, I would have to get a master's degree in that, Ma. You want to spend more money? Because most schools, like, you need like some sort of master degree in something in order to get, and then, you know, you have to go for your teaching license too, right? I mean, if I wanted to work at university, maybe, well, you definitely need to have like a master's. Some people are like, oh, well, if you're gonna go for if you're gonna work in like if you're gonna work in universities, you have to get like a PhD. I'm like, sus. There are alternate teaching license programs. Yeah, I do know that. I know that. Depends on the university though. Yeah, because technically with my university, they hired industry professionals. So most of these people had not gotten a doctorate, especially like in animation and stuff. Like the people that they had teaching, like they there weren't universities when they were learning animation. You know, they just started up their own stuff. You know, they all learned on the job. So they definitely don't have master degrees. Unless they went back to school and got them, but you know, I know plenty of them that probably don't. So, but it's okay. You know, I as much as like that would be cool, it's like I find it easier to just have this information out for people. Cuz there's like another VTuber that also talks about like character design, but she's much more professional than I am. That's why I'm like, it would be so nice to do it, but also like there's other people that are like way better at explaining it and are actual teachers and professionals. So it's like I talk about it in like very simplistic terms, which I think is nice, but I think also people do use simplistic terms and also explain it better, you know? But I feel like, you know, a lot of times when people kind of go on the training route of like teaching you art stuff, that you kind of just kind of end up falling into that, and then it's like people only follow you because of that, and it's like, I want to do other stuff too, my guy. This is just like another thing I do. I could do like an unedited recording of just like talking about shape language and stuff like that, and it's just like, what are shape language, what is the basis of shape language, and then silhouette design, and like, you know, how the two work in tangent together, or not in tangent, but they work together. I will say, like, the more that you do character stuff, the more used to shape language and other things that you get that you don't even notice it. Because technically with Axe's design, I like barely notice that I'm using I mean, I know I'm using shapes, right? It's just I don't realize the shape language that I'm using is actually good for his own shape language. I don't know why I wanted to like bandage this side of his arm. I don't know. I thought it would be just interesting. Because it's like, you know, you have one side that has like the little bumps here, you know. And then like one side that's kind of like smooth. That's what I was thinking. Hydrate? Thank you for the hydrate. I've been drinking my tea, but I also have water. You know what I might do? Because I like this one. It's probably what I should have done in the first place. Because what I'm basically doing is going in here. Needed to hydrate too. Gotta keep those electrolytes up. Yeah. Because what I'm like trying to do is kind of figure out if I want to keep this design or change it up a little bit. Have some fun. Alright. I'll play around with having a bigger thing. And then what if instead this actually comes all the way down? So he has one side where it's like kind of open and the other side that it isn't. And we kind of have the normal. I don't think that this would be a bad idea. Because then I get to draw less skin. Yippee. But I also don't think that... There, I think I need to put it out more. Oh. I'm like on the wrong thing. Hold on. If I do this, but make it bigger. I think it's definitely a toss-up between... I'm gonna add... I think it's definitely a toss-up now between these two. Because, like, I'm just, like, changing subtlety stuff of their design. I'm gonna block in how the outfit is gonna look with color and then decide from there. Because I think we're finally getting to something. Again, you have to draw, like, hundreds of versions in order to get to this. And I think I've redrawn his design about maybe 3-4 times before, like, settling on what his first design was. And then now I'm like, way more designs. And I think I finally am at a place where I'm like, this design fits. I'm not gonna really think about hair because I'm more focusing on focusing on the outfit right now. I'm just like blocking in a color just to see, give me some idea of like how his clothes will be. But also, like, you know, it might give me a sort of sense of silhouette as well. Basically, I'm blocking in a silhouette for him right now. I also just realized this, but yes, he is a character that has the thigh pudge thing. The thigh belt, you know, pudge that, I don't know. I just like that kind of design. It just adds a little bit of visual interest to the legs. The reason that it's probably there is because it adds visual interest to the legs. Especially when a character has like a really long like leg silhouette, you know? And then there's like nothing there, and then you're like, wow. Character's really got nothing going for him. So that's gonna kind of be their silhouette with one, at least for outfit, right? Because I'm looking at that outfit silhouette. And then the other one. I'm gonna like turn this down a little bit so I can kind of see what I'm doing. I'm just gonna... Whoop, whoop. Weep whoop. Wee woo wee woo. Wee woo woo. I don't know what I'm doing. Slowly losing my mind, man. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute, I don't think that this is fully enclosed. Ba, 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 ba. There we go. Oh, I forgot the... I think I like the third one better, which is basically the original design, right? I think I like this one better because it's readable. Because when I actually put the color of whatever the color of the outfit is gonna be, it's like you have one side that will have covering on it and the other arm will not, right? And that leads to a more interesting shape language. So, and the other thing is, like, it kind of has some silhouette shape language to it, where there's kind of like something over here that's poking out, there's area over here, kind of, and then, you know, down here, but there's also like a little bit of interest over here as well, because it's not completely flat, you know, so you kind of have a little zigzagginess going down all the way. So, yeah. I also think that a flowing cape, if you're gonna be like running around in the woods and stuff, it's just like, it's not practical. You're gonna be doing a bunch of action and activeness and stuff. It's just not really practical. So I think I'm gonna go, I think I'm gonna go with this design. This one. So I'm gonna check mark off that one, so I know that it's this one. This is the design. This one. And now I just gotta figure out hair. I don't know what I want to put, but a lot of the ones where I just put a bun on him, like put his hair back and then put it in a bun. So, but what I was also kind of thinking of, I remember Avatar: The Last Airbender. Does anyone remember Sokka? So Sokka has a design where, you know, it's like, you know, all the hair is pulled back here, but then, you know, it has the... So I was gonna give him like a little flick here, because like the back of his head would have, it would be a little ponytail, right? Probably make it a little bit. Yeah. It'd be a ponytail, right, in the back. And then, of course, everything up here, well, hold on. This side, and then this side, so this would actually be up. But then what I wanted to do was kind of have some hairs down in the front. Just so it's not like too perfect, you know? I want to give some character. And then all here is like, you know, buzz cut. I don't know how they would do buzz cuts back here. I think it's just like all like shaved down really nicely. And then if his hair is down, so if he lets his hair down, it would be like here length. So it'd have to be long enough to be pulled back. I'm like trying to like remember how long my hair is. So it's about, let's say it like this. Because my hair is about this length in certain areas. So I would say his hair is like that. Why is it giving me like Winter Soldier vibes, man? Damn it. Well, this is his life now. So like when his hair is down, that's what it looks like, and then his hair is up, it's like that. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go with that. Cause I like the flickiness up here of like that. It's a ponytail. Cause it's a little bit nicer than it just being flat. Unless like I wanted him to look very clean. But it's like, I kind of, you know, he's out in the wild running around doing stuff. So it's like, according to Sokka, Tasaka is a wolf tail. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's not like a man bun or like a ponytail or anything. It's a wolf tail, yeah. I mean, it does make him look a little bit more aggressive, you know? I don't know. But I think that's what we'll go with. So we now have a final design. Do you want to know what the next step is? Color. I remember him getting mad at someone about it in the show. Yeah, he did, because someone, I think it was Jay. Was it Jay? I think it was Jay. Or who was, yeah. No, Jet. Sorry, not Jay. Jet. It was Jet. Jet made fun of it. He called it a ponytail, and he was like, "For your information, this is this is a wolf tail." So yeah, I think that's what it was. I actually have the entire Avatar: The Last Airbender on DVD. I have the whole collection on DVD. So, I think there were some episodes. There was some episodes that didn't air, or I think did air, but they like removed them from rotation or something. But they're on the DVD. So, if I had a way to connect it to my PC, I would 100% be putting those DVDs in, and we would watch through them all. We would watch through it all. Cause then I don't have to like pay for anything to watch it anywhere. I'd just be able to watch it, you know. Yeah. But now that we have more of a solid idea of what we want, now what do we do with this idea, right? I'm gonna be honest, this is actually close to another design. Axe used to have horns. Axe used to have horns. I'll just tell you that much. He, in some of his earlier designs, and you'll see like some of the older pictures that I have drawn of Axe, he had horns. He had like ram horns. I eventually scrapped that because I didn't think that it would fit, because like I was thinking about like more of like what the Blightons were, because he's part of like the Blightons, the bad race, you know, the big bad evil race. I call it the big bad evil race, but it's really not. I'm just putting it in simplistic terms of what it is. But Axe used to have horns, but now I took them away because they were too. Literally, I took it away because it was too cumbersome to draw. So I took it away. I even had like some stuff for his horns and everything, and I was just like, I don't want to keep having to put this damn thing on all the time on the 3D model and all this stuff and fix it to his head and all this sort of shit. And so I was like, nah, we're not doing this anymore. So that's why you'll notice that a lot of the people that have horns, they have very simplistic horns that I can be able to draw. Ram horns and sheep horns are not a thing. Unless they're like one background character that I can draw or whatever. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna start doing color. So what we do is we basically gonna take these bases, put them up here as a copy, turn these bases off, because these were the outfit ideas. And so we're gonna take the base, but we're gonna take this one, and we're gonna take these two hairs. I'm gonna take that and also put it up here. And now we can turn off the outfit. Oh, outfit. So up, down, close. Close. And now what we're gonna do is basically copy these to all the bases. Okay, let's. Oh, right. I am correct. Oh, wait a minute. Huh? Okay, this is not organized correctly. There you go. There we go. So now we have our bases here for colors. And then these I'm going to bring up here, and we're going to turn them down. Because I don't want to be focusing on the lines and all that sort of stuff. There we go. Now, if anyone remembers how Axe looked in the past, throw it out the window. We're changing things. But before that, I'm probably gonna go to the bathroom really quickly. So I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll be continuing on with this. I don't know how long I'll be going for with this, just because I kind of want to do some color experimentations. So, yeah. So I'll be right back, and we'll be back after the ads, whenever the ads play. And we are back. I hope everyone took a really nice break and went to the bathroom, stretched. That's what I did. Why is it that every single time that I go to take a break and then come back, for some reason, my bitrate just decides it don't want to work anymore?
A devotee has rejoined the sub gang.
Hey! There you go, Zay, for the resub. Yo, 29 months. Damn. 29 months. So, that's 2 years. That is 2 years. Holy shit, yeah, you were right. I forgot to show everyone, we got new sub badges. I made new sub badges. I'll post them out at some point, but we do have them. So that's why you're seeing like different badges now. Oh, that's the wrong one. There you go. But hello, Jose. Welcome in. How is you? How is life? I hope life is good. I know it feels like every single time that we talk, you have just more tea to give me, Jose, and I just go, give me. Ay, ay, ay. Trying to find something to listen to that isn't too much but isn't too little. There we go. There we go. But yeah. So you guys might remember, so I'm gonna put color palette. So you guys might remember with Axe that he had, I believe it was this, it was like this skin tone. Oh my gosh, it was like this skin tone, and then he had like orange hair. He's still having his hair be orange. It will be orange. However, his skin, it'll changing. That's gonna be his new skin tone. Now, a lot of people might be like, what? Why are you changing it? I'm changing his skin tone because what I had originally for his idea of his character just doesn't fit now. So he's changing and it's fitting to be a little bit different. Now, the thing is that what I might even do is actually make this skin tone a little bit tanner. So I would say maybe going into the more tanner. I don't want it to be like, there we go, like that. This is gonna be his skin tone. So he's like a little bit tanner. He is walking around, running around doing stuff, so he would be a little bit more tan. I could even make him tanner. I gotta be careful or else it starts going into like different. Why am I being good about picking these skin tones? What is happening? I normally suck at skin tone. What is happening right now? What? How am I being able to pick, I guess I've just been doing skin tones like so much of changing stuff that it's clicked. I don't know if I want to do him like too dark, so it's like a sort of middle-ish brown. I'm like also trying to like look at my skin tone, and because my skin is kind of pale, but then I tan really nicely. I don't tan this much. I think I tan like more of a in between these three. So it's like kind of not too dark, but not too light. You know, that's kind of how my tan is. But it's noticeable. It's a noticeable enough tan. But I'm not like going out here being extremely sun-kissed. And I don't go out and just get a tan because I get tan. No. It's not what happens. But we might play around with some of these skin tones depending on kind of like what I want him to be. But the most important thing is, so let me just move these off to the side. The other thing is most of the stuff that I do have for him in terms of color palette is not going to change that extremely much. I actually want his orange to be much more saturated, at least when it comes to his clothes. His orange is going to be a lot more saturated. And then this was originally his blue. It was like a darker blue. But I might increase this to about here, so it's more saturated. So his clothes, surprisingly, are very saturated, right? Compared to everyone else that kind of has a little bit more desaturated. So, yeah. I think differences is going to be nice. And if I don't like how saturated it is, I'll always turn it down. So these are the three from here. And those are the three from there. So he has quite a limited color palette. His color palette is literally blue and orange, which are, of course, very complementary. So, and blue and orange is very complementary in that of visual light. So for digital, it works very, very well. But for CMYK, they're kind of not too complementary, but they still are like a difference between warm and cooler colors. So yeah. And if I feel like the blue is a little too much, then I might go in and put some desaturated. So I might even take this one and just desaturate it a little bit, and then do some sampling with this one. It's about the same. It's just this colors, but a little bit more desaturated. It's not too much. It's just a little bit down, so it's not as bright. If you really want to desaturate something, it's just adding black to it. So I could just go over with an entire black and then just like bring it down to what I kind of want it to be. And then that'll be like the new color. There's a few times when I do that where I'll like put one color down. I'm like, that color's too bright. So I usually put it with a darker color and then bring it down a little bit. And I'm like, okay, this mixture between the two is perfect. So it's not like really that color or the other color. So it's like a mixture between two colors that works. Oh, look at that. My bitrate's back up. I don't know. Like, once it starts to get to around 3 hours-ish or something.
A devotee is checking in. To ensure check-in is complete, please give me your credit card.
Thank you for thank you for checking in. We will use and abuse your credit card. Yeah. So this is what happens when I do color palettes. And some people are probably going to point out, shouldn't you have like a color for the, because there's going to be some browns in here, but that's what the orange and brown, because like brown is kind of in the range of oranges, so it's just a darker orange. Brown is just a darker orange or darker reddish orange. So yeah. So we're gonna kind of do some of that. I don't know if I'm really gonna change his eye color too much, because I kind of want to keep his eye color at what it is, which is just like, here, let me grab the color palette. So his eyes are like these like pale, oh, oops. I was like, why is the color different? Color's different because I'm using the hue shift brush to make the variety of colors instead of the actual color. Yeah, but they're like these piercing blue. Piercing blue eyes. Because I wanted it to be a very piercing icy blue. Compared to Luthador's like really red eyes. Like fiery red. So that's the color palette we're gonna go with. And now we're gonna put these color palettes on. Alright. So, first thing I'm gonna do is, I think I want to do this one. If I wanted to, I could do. Oop. Keep forgetting that I can't do that. There's like a color mixing palette, and I'm trying to like color mix stuff.
Report to the commander of Bottom's Art, codenamed the Deep One, of the 5,000 Tito of the division divided in 20 platoon and 2 convoys. Only 1 convoy and 7 platoons are in the way and 2 are here. I'm like trying to figure out. Figuring out colors. But depending on like new color palettes, I'm gonna have to change their current ones. Oh yeah, I forgot that I had pink in here. Why did I put pink in here? It's weird. I think it was for other stuff, but there we go. I think I want the slider one. Save? Thank you. The other we lost in a confrontation of a thing called taxes and the ABTF aka Anti-Bottom Tito faction.
I have no idea what's happening, but Oh no. Just wait. ABT anti there's an anti-bottom Tito faction? Actually, I think that works. I think it's like hard to understand when it's like this color, but this actually works. Because there was always like something bothering me about his coloring. And I just didn't like that he had non-human color. And especially now, like, with what I'm thinking about for his character, it makes more sense that he would have a normal skin tone. So now we can kind of like see the character kind of forming a little bit more. Because I feel like you kind of can go through a bunch of stuff, but then it's like once you start doing color, you start kind of seeing the character come together a lot more. I think because there's no other skin, I don't have to really draw much else, but I do want to draw here as well. I don't know, I still like his orange hair.
Conflict centers on ideological control over the definition and dominance of the bottom role. PBTF seeks to establish bottom supremacy as essential to structural balance. ABTF rejects this, labeling it degenerative and destabilizing. Clashes occur in Gamma 4, Delta 9, Echo 2, zones critical to narrative control. Both factions deploy meme units and SIPs. No faction holds sustained ground.
Oh, okay. we go. At the moment, we have 2 main zones, 16 in the no man's land, but they have cut our bottom supplies. What the heck? There's so much going on, Tito. There's so much going on. You know one thing I'm noticing with the bases? They don't need to have the thingy on. This doesn't need to be on. There we go. I'm not your Tito. Your Tito died in the way here according to the report. What the heck? Bro, here there's so many war crimes happening. What the heck? Again, I guess that's just the way the cookie crumbles, isn't it? keep going up to my, like, Steam Deck to, like, switch it. Because I've been, like, using my Steam Deck, but I don't have it on my art settings. So it's like, I keep telling myself, nope, wrong, wrong, wrong. That's wrong. When you... What? Or prepare the car? What? What car? I don't have a car! One day, maybe I might get a car scene. One day. This is the last message of Tito in charge. What? There's like literal like...
This is Sergeant Tito, Echo Defense Line. They're right on us. ABTF's advancing fast. We're holding the last trench before the House of Bottomness. Artillery memes hitting hard. Disinfo drones overhead. Can barely hear myself think. We've lost contact with Bravo Titos. Too many down. We're outnumbered, but we won't let them take the house. All remaining Titos, hold the line. For the Bottomness. Or die trying.
What the heck? There's so much to unpack with that. There we go. I'm gonna be honest, it's growing on me. You need my dream car? The WWE is still... oh, excuse me. Lot of burpees. There we go. I'm doing base body, so I kind of know stuff. Oh, the other thing that I'm gonna do... Alright. So... The thing is, because... See my... I need your bottomless opinion. I don't even know what kind of car that is. Well, I only have 72 teams. Oh. Oh no, we've lost some guys. We lost some people. You're gonna see my muscle, my dream car. Oh my, masculine, my dream. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I want it to be dark or not. The WWE Ista, the most masculine car and dream car of all Tito's. If you say so. I can only imagine what it looks like. Oop. After thousands of years, we have received a message to save $17 of bubblegum and half a sandwich and a piece. What? What is going on over there, man? Too bad Tito's don't have a concept of... Oh, so you can probably get everything else except the money. Hmm. Oop. There we go. I might actually do a darker blue here. Let me just move it over a little bit. Is it? It's black, but it's not black. I'm trying to like layer the colors so that then when I can basically be able to copy and paste this to every single other form, but then I can start coloring differently. So it's like once you make it on one, you can just copy paste, copy paste. You think Soundhaven be so gold and copper? I can buy a car because Tito, we want to maintain the bubble gum. Yeah, sure. I believe you can pull it off. Thank you. A piece of gold is only 17 tons when we leave the outside city is around the city. Yeah, I think the piece of gold will definitely buy you a few cars alone. Is the paints a little too dark for you guys? I will say my other screen like takes dark stuff a little too dark. But on here it's like eh. It's like I can be able to differentiate that these are two colors. But when I look up at my screen, it's like that looks completely like darker than what it is on here. So one screen's lighter than the other one. I've tried to make it like equal out, it just doesn't work. Yeah, because these two colors on my normal screen look like almost the same. But, you know, when you can fully check it out. Dark and darker tone of dark doesn't work, not gonna lie. One tone of dark looks a bit weird. What do you mean one tone of dark looks a bit weird? I mean, yeah, this one's like almost black. This one, I can make a little bit brighter. I might go into here. Yeah, two-tone looks weird, but that less dark than the one that looks weird. Which one? Top or bottom? Which one looks weird? Dark tone or black, like my bank account. I want a dark blue tone, but to me, this color doesn't look that dark. But now thinking about it, like if it's over here, this looks lighter than what it is. Which is making me think that maybe my stuff is a little too light on this screen. And that's why my darks end up looking too dark. Because I want to go dark, but it's too dark. I think this like navy blue might work. Or I can do this. Or are you saying that this color looks bad? Is this the color that looks bad? Or the one that I had on before? I don't know. Because to me, this looks fine. The reason I just had it different is because they technically are two different pieces. Looks fine to me. Because it's like, it's almost dark, but it's not like going into black. Because to me, this kind of looks like a... I don't know. It doesn't look as dark as it does on my other screen. But it kind of is in the darker range. If you choose one tone for both, it looks good. But if you choose two different tones, it looks... Ah, I see. Okay. So I'll keep it the same then. And you know what? I'll merge these together. Wait, what? Wait, what the heck? Huh? Oh, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't letting me, like, do it. I might change this color. So I think this is it's a little too light. It's light, but it's a little too light, I think. Hmm. There we go. It's brown I want. Do we want to do... Or... There we go. Something that's warm, but just not too bright. I think it was just too bright. Hmm... Ah, I see. Oh, I'm drawing this with the wrong... Oh. Ew, okay, so... Oh, okay. I like that, you know, we're kind of going, like, lighter and lighter with stuff. Oh. There we go. What's that? Sorry if I'm like starting to get tired. I'm just like trying to kind of focus on like what I want the coloring to be. So I'm like trying to figure out where I want colors to be. And where they're gonna be. Because it's like we're coming down to the end of things, you know.
But aren't you always tired too, Mike Bottom Kappa Ross?
Yeah, I will say yes. I am definitely very, very much tired a lot of the times. Think he's a silver guy? There we go. Yeah. There we go. Putting some metal. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. There we go. There we go. Start differentiating up some colors and giving some things some life. Oh, what the heck? I pressed the side thing because you can scroll up and down. Wish I could stay longer, but last is time for dinner. Thank you for the stream. I hope I'll catch your later ones this week. Yeah. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go, but I'm probably gonna sign off like soon. Probably after the ads I'm gonna be signing off. There we go. This, honestly, I kind of am vibing with it. I didn't think I would like, you know, with how kind of desaturated it is, because it's going into more of the desaturated colors. And then having this, like, really saturated color, it's like, whoa, why is that there? But then also here at the top where it's like, you know, his eyes are pretty saturated. They're this, like, bright color in the darkness, you know? So. Where did I put it? I put fluff and then put poop. And then gloves, yeah. There we go. There we go. So that's the wrap on the side. Honestly, once you start putting in the colors and kind of getting it laid out, it kind of like shows you on whether or not you want to brighten some things or darken some things. And there goes the ad. There we go. Kind of like that the hands are brighter, so then you can kind of tell when in dark scenes, where the frick the hands are. Yeah, we're gonna go. My dog has come in, and she is demanding to go for walks. There we go. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Oh my, okay, now I gotta do. Well, hello, Crystal Cavern Cafe, how you doing? Oh, hi Munch. Hi Munchkin. Hey y'all. My dog. I love that little emote. We got the stare emotes. I'm liking that the stare emotes are becoming a thing. I'm okay. How are you? I'm good. I'm just tired. Been going for a while, so when you go for a while, you just kind of get really tired. I made it. Oh, you made it. I like when people make their own emotes. Are you also an artist? You should def rest. Yeah, I'm gonna after I'm done with like this, I'm gonna go take my doggo out, and I'm gonna probably go and pass out. I'm probably gonna go take a nap. Sometimes that's what I do. That or I eat. So maybe food. Food sounds good. Food sounds really good. Oh, that's not what I want.
Welcome, my devotee.
Oh.
Enjoy the chaos of the forest.
Welcome to the chaos of the forest. I hope that you enjoy it. You are now part of the hobos in the woods. That does not make sense. I know that doesn't, but don't worry about it. I've been working on a new background where it's like a house. You are now my favorite crystal. I am. Yeah. Don't flatter me. Actually, you know what? Funny enough, the pen that I have to draw with my hands is actually a giant crystal. You can't see it because it's blocked by the drawing tablet, but it's a giant crystal. So technically, you have 2 favorite crystals. Why I chose a crystal, I have no idea. I literally didn't think about it. I was just like, crystal, pretty, shiny, shiny. How I draw with a crystal, I have no idea. It just do. This Mick be and I make do with it. No, not. Oh, let me put it all under chaos. I like your aura. I'm kidnapping you now. I'm being kidnapped? Bro, no one has kidnapped me because of my aura. Bro, wait, I have aura? My chat bully me all the time saying I don't got aura. Apparently George has more aura than I do. That's my frog. George's frog here. He's got his Dimmadome hat on. This isn't his normal hat. You got hella? Yes! Finally! Finally I have aura! And everyone out here was telling me that George got more aura than I do. I mean, to be fair. Sometimes George do got more aura. That's why George get bitches and I don't. Hydrate, thank you for the hydrate. And the save, thank you. Oh, and a stretch? Man, you're like, I shall abuse my streamer with being able to take care of themselves. Oh my gosh, that crack was loud. That was like my, oh, ow. I got a ring pop, we can make it work. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to think. What I need. Oh, I remember. I was like, what do I need to do? What color do I want to do this with? I don't know why I suddenly went Gollum. My precious. No, that's not a Gollum. No, it wouldn't be the first time I go Gollum. By the way, this is my humor. I don't want to weird anyone out. Near, take me serious. No, it's okay. No, I understand. No, look, I make comments about how I have all of my mods in the basement. Don't worry, you're fine here. Me too. Oh my god. Yeah, got locking them up in the basement. That's just how it is. But mine is they mod from the basement. Oh no, I released them. I release them every now and then. They need like air. So this is like their little bit of air that they have until like they have to go back in the basement. I need to turn down the pieces a little bit more. There we go. Now I can read it. You know that cooks. That cooks. That actually works. I thought that the bright oranges wouldn't work here and there, but just like spotting them here and there, that works. They don't get to do that. I like your art. Thank you. We're currently working on some characters for a comic I am working on. So I'm currently working on most of the background stuff of like doing the script writing, all that sort of stuff. So this is a character. I technically do have some of the chapters already written and published, but we're going through a revamp with it. So you can read it. I have a website. You can kind of read what the old version of the comic is, but I'm kind of, it's like, you know, when Webtoon picks up in a canvas and says, hey, you're not going to be a Webtoon original, and they kind of go through a rewriting and stuff like that. Basically that's what we're doing. But I'm putting more of an overhaul on it. I'm changing a lot of the character designs. I'm doing characters that didn't even have solid character designs yet, so I'm kind of like taking more time to build things up. But all of it actually has to do with my VTuber lore. So it's like, how did I become the goddess of chaos herself? But you don't have to read the comic in order to enjoy my streams. It's just more of a thing of something I want to write, and I ended up connecting it to my VTuber lore, and now it's just a comic I want to write, and I'm creating a bunch of characters for it. It scratches the itch of me making a bunch of OCs, so hey, we doing things out here. So this is the character that I've been working on. His name is Axe. He's kind of part of the evil guys, but you know, there's stuff that happens and things change. But yeah, so this is Axe, and then the other character I was gonna work on is part of the main cast, which is Selvek. But we unfortunately didn't get to him today because I was too busy chatting and talking with people that I only got Axe. But at least I'm playing around with his color. Finally finalized what I want his design to be, and now I get to have the fun part of coloring him, which, orange and blues, it's gonna be great. Orange, blues, and silvers is what it looks like. I've boiled it down to. Oh my gosh, I'm so burpy today. I've been burpy all day today. Burps and coughs. That's how it is. But yeah. And let me see if I have like, I think I do have some original art of him. No, not that. I think I put him, oh, I know where he is. He's in archive. I archived it. Yeah, there's so many places where I put this stuff. I'm trying to like think of where the heck I put his more. I don't think I even had a design for him. I just drew him. Yo. Oh my gosh, why can't I not? I'm trying to like look for his original design. I can't freaking find it. All I have is this. All I have is this. This is an old design. This is an old design of another character too, as part of the main cast as well. But I changed him. He still has his orange hair that I kept from his original, but he's now tan instead of a non-human skin tone, because it changed some of the stuff of how the character was. So he's probably changed. There's a lot of characters that have changed a lot more over time. But that's kind of how stuff works. So. But yeah. Also playing a lot more. I started doing this with another character. Her name is Fira. I don't know if she'll show up here. She's gonna be she's gonna be a really dark-skinned woman that she'll pop up suddenly over there. I will definitely look at your comic. It's so the comic that's out right now is, you know, it's an older version. But you can go and read it. I don't know when the revamp will come. I'm kind of just being like, you know, it might be 2 years from now that it might be coming up. Oh, there she is. There's Fira. So Fira has changed a lot. Taida really hasn't. That's Taida. Fira has had a lot of changes too. Her design is like finalized though. So some people are finalized, some people are not. But with the revamp of the comic, I'm going to be posting it up. I don't think I'm going to be able to post it to my own website just because, like, I don't have the money to, like, buy a domain right now to be able to do that. So I'm going to be posting it out onto, like, Webtoon. Will be probably on my socials as well. So I'm going to try and post it out to a large majority of places. Just so everybody can be able to have access to it, be able to have it for free. And it's not going to be a scroll comic originally. It's actually going to be a regular comic that I just adapt for scrolls. So if it looks a little weird, it's probably because it was made to be more of a traditional comic. But I'm going to try and figure out a way that I can still put it up on my website as well. So, that I can still have it there and available as well. Because one thing I don't like about Webtoon is once you complete it, then they come in and be like, you need to do a pass thing for this. And it's like, no, don't do that. That's not nice. So I don't like it. I know you guys don't like it. So I'm going to try and put it up as many places as I can. Just so that then a bunch of people can read it. There will also be some parts of it that are probably going to be Patreon exclusive ones, because the comic does have some scenes, at least from what I'm writing or thinking about, might have some 18 plus stuff, but for the most part, if I am going to do that, that probably will only be put on the Patreon side. I do have a Patreon, and if you want updates on the comic or what I'm working on, all updates are free on the Patreon. I just have it free. It's also on Ko-Fi. I just have stuff that I'm posting around everywhere to just kind of post it out somewhere. Because it's like sometimes I just need to tell people about what I'm working on. So it's always free and available. Or sometimes I post about it up on my social media as well. So I try to post a variety of different things just here and there when I can. So I don't usually always talk about my comic, but I'm gonna try and talk about it more during like times where I'm working on it. So when I'm streaming and stuff, it's like, hey guys, remember there's a comic coming. I don't know when it's coming, but it's coming. Right now I'm just working on the entire script. And then I want to take a year or two to be able to like get some chapters done, so I can have a backlog of chapters, so I'm not like, boggled down. I used to post a chapter every month, but then what ended up happening is that because I was posting monthly, I didn't have a backlog, and I basically was working my butt off to make each chapter done, and it's like it just didn't work. So I'm like, I'm just gonna make a huge batch of chapters, post those out when I have like a set schedule to do it, and then I can be able to work on the next batch of chapters afterwards. So that I'm working in batches, and then I can take like a month or two off in between where I can work on other things. So it definitely is hard to make a comic all by yourself, but I know other people can do it, so I'm gonna try and do it to the best of my ability. But yeah, it's called The Art of Chaos, and one point in the future, I hope I can be able to print it for actual printing. But that's probably gonna be a long way off if people want that. Personally, I'm gonna just print one for myself. Like print a whole collection just for myself. So I have a physical copy. But yeah. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of things that need to get done. But one thing, once you get all the characters out of the way, you really can start making the comic. That's my opinion. But yeah. So without any further ado, I'm gonna change over to... Let me just... I like making characters, never using them. Yeah, I know. This time around, it's like, you gotta make characters because they're gonna get used. I like making characters that have a lot of story to them. So this finally scratches the itch of me making characters and then writing stories with them, you know? So there is that. I think I am like nervous still to like post stuff out because you never know how people are going to receive it, right? And I think there are going to be people that might not like it, and there are going to be people that will love it. And, you know, that's how the cookie crumbles. My only thing is that I hope I don't get shot down by Webtoon, meaning like, you know, I hope that my stuff is fine and doesn't get like taken down or something, because Webtoon is Webtoon, man. It's a little touchy. It's a little touchy-feely. Alright. I just want to do a little bit of saving out, because sometimes I like posting up whips of character stuff, so I might work more on this in the background, but this will go up for you guys to look at on the socials, and if I finish a lot of stuff, that stuff might go up on the Patreon, and then it'll be out on socials. Again, Patreon stuff is free. I try and make it free because I don't want people to like be just going in there, whatever. So, you can pay if you want to, but I don't say that you have to. I just personally use it as a way to just categorize everything and keep it all in order. Honestly, I need to like take a day to like reorganize like everything in there before it starts getting way too crazy, because I have like way too many collections. I'm like, I need to simplify this so much more. Especially if I'm gonna be posting up chapters also on Patreon as well. So without any further ado, there we go. Just put that away. But yeah. Honestly, it's just nice to kind of be drawing them and working on them, because there are times where I'm just like, I don't want to work on them. Like, you know, I don't want to do it, but at the same time, like, once I'm in it, doing it, I'm like, I love this. And then I stop doing this. I'm like, no one's gonna like this. I don't know. I have a very negative perception about myself that I'm trying to change. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna post it up because I want to post it up. I'd like it. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Yeah, I know that there are definitely people that do probably come across my posts about me, you know, having a comic. I'm awake. Oh, Jose, hi. We're ending stream. Honestly, be #1 fan. I want to support everyone. Aw, thank you so much. Yeah. Don't... Jose, if you want to, we can talk. Jose, you and I can talk while I take my dog out for a walk. Yippee! You gotta keep the boyfriend happy. Don't lick me! Put those Licky Georges away. Then go shit! This is my boyfriend, everyone. Don't worry about him. That's my boyfriend, everyone. Yeah, yeah. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, we kind of have to remind people that, like, Jose's my mod, but he's also my boyfriend. He's the one that actually got me into streaming, and now I'm here 4 years later. But he's also a #1 supporter of my comic. He sees a lot more than what you people are seeing. My mom said I could eat those. Eat what? Eat. No. Eat what? Eat what? Give me the arts? What? No. Do you mean me? Wait. No, I'm not gonna be eaten. No. Everything. Why are you the second person that literally wants to eat? Now I have two. I have you and I have Tito. You're being robbed. What do you mean I'm being robbed? No, you cannot rob me. I'm the great goddess. I can't be robbed. Oh my gosh. What, you gonna hold a gun to me? You do understand that guns can't really kill gods, right? Ah!
I'm sure it's not that noticeable.
Hey! Hey! What? No, you can't take my hair!
Alright.
No taking of my hair. What the heck?
Add butter.
No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. No, stop it. Stop it. I know what's gonna happen next. No, don't, no! Why? Why are you like this? Wig snatch? No, they then add butter and lather my head. This is a new thing. Then Jose does it. No, stop lathering this head. Just because I gave you guys the bald redeem doesn't mean that you can put butter and lather it. Oh my gosh. Add butter is probably one of the oldest redeems that we have, man. Holy shnikes, there's so many people that we could raid, but I think I'm too tired to raid. Wasn't me who... Wait, who did it first? Was it Tito? Or was it Matt? It's either one of those two. Who did it first? Now I must know. Who did it? Probably... You know what? Probably, yeah. Tito and Matt are two great contributors. I did bald and butter, and one of them did the head pat. Oh my gosh. Now that's the thing. Oh my gosh. You know what? Just for that, male model will not have a bald toggle. The male model will no longer have baldness. This is what you get. No bald for you. Add butter on the ads. Bro, I know, right? We need to do that. I just realized something for next week. Guys, I'm so excited. You know what? I think the reason I'm working so much and trying to get some stuff done for the comic is because next week, bro, next week, I'm gonna be so ingrained in Hades 2. Hades 2 is dropping next week. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I literally made a short video. I recorded a short video and edited it just to talk about Hades 2. That's how much of a nerd I am. Big fat nerd. I know. I need like a tag that says nerd. Also, that was a big giant burp that I did too. My goodness. Oh my gosh. Ugh. But I gotta go. The dog needs walking. I need to go. I'm tired. I was gonna raid, but most of the time when I'm too tired, I kind of don't want to raid because it's like I'm tired. I know raiding is good, but it's just like most of the times I'm just too dang Grandpa, I'm tired. What is it like? Oh my gosh, Grandpa, I'm tired. It's like that's too dang bad. You keep digging. Why am I forgetting it? It broke again! Oh my gosh. Yeah, that, I don't know. It's been funky all stream. I want a refund? You can't get a refund. Because every time that you would refund things, it would throw it at me again. 0 out of 10 stream? I'm sorry. Fine, just for you. I will close out of it and I will open it back up again. No refund for throw? No, sadly no. I had to do that because every single time that you like cleared out the stuff, it would throw it all at me at once. And you used it and you abused it and I was like, no more of that. Okay, now you can do it. Here, oh, I think it's on cooldown, right? What was it? Mega plushie attack? There you go. There. You're welcome. Now I don't wanna. Well, I did it for you anyways. And you too can turn yourself into a marketable plushie that can get thrown at me. That's a redeem on our thing if you want to get up to that. There's literally people that are like, I'm gonna do VIP, and then they're like, oh, turn me into a plushie. It's like, yeah, you can be turned into a plushie. And then you can be thrown at me.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
I'm not your father.
I will send you to Jesus.
I'll send you to Jesus. I have comebacks for all the redeems because people use it so much. I just like, it's automatic. It's automatic. It's so automatic. I gotta go. I'm like Iron Mouse. I'm like, I don't want to leave. But I know I need to leave. I know you guys probably want to go on about your day and get some good eats, get some good sleeps, get some hydration, take care of yourself. So I am gonna go me like stretch a little bit. Get ready. But I do want to thank you guys. And you know, thanks for the new follows, new people that have been finding me. I've noticed I've been getting some new people. Thank you. We're actually very, very close to getting up to 400 followers. And it's kind of, I don't know if we'll reach it before my birthday, but if we reach it by the end of the year, cool. If we don't, we reach 400 whenever we reach 400. And that's how it be. And that's okay. So, whatever happens, it happens. And speaking about birthdays, my birthday is in another month. So after September, and then there's October, and then it's November, and we're gonna be kind of having some birthday subathon stuff. I'm gonna plan some stuff, and we're getting a new model. We're getting a new model alert. Yeah. So if you want to come see the new model, it'll be that day. I'm also planning on trying to get the new background done by then as well. I'm kind of putting a thing on myself. It's like, hey, you know, make this a little bit of a priority, and get this done. And yeah, so that's the priority of stuff. And yeah. So without any further ado, no raids today, but as I always say, may the stars guide you. Until next time, everybody, and I will see you on Thursday for some Stardew. Goodbye, everybody.